Okay, people, I'm going to be checking out some footage today, moving around, picking up some conversations, checking out some nonsense, because there's just an abundance of it, isn't there? And I put the link there. If somebody wants to join me, do some critiques, because a lot of times videos get forgotten about, things get overlooked within conversations. Some of the best moments go unnoticed. I notice things that get overlooked or just glossed over, glazed over, whatever the term is in conversations. Some of the most devastating things happen to people's worldviews and conversations, and people don't think anything happened. But I was just looking at some footage here. Well, I haven't looked at it, but let me bring it up. Let's see what these guys are doing. We got Cosmic Skeptic, Rationality Rules, and Matt Dillahunty. Oh, Matt Dillahunty. Isn't he funny? He's a straight shooter, huh? Straight as they come, Matt Dillahunty. Says it like it is. Let's see what he has to say here.
Objective morality exists. Am I understanding that right?
In the sense that we can make objective evaluations once we have a goal. The goal may ultimately be subjective.
So right off the start, right, Matt Dillahunty has a completely subjective worldview. He starts from empiricism, sense data. It's his subjective opinion that we can get to an objective moral after we agree, after we start with a subjective opinion. So ultimately, it isn't objective. It's just people coming together with their opinions and preferences and creating an objective. That's what he's saying. They're creating an objective through an agreement, a form of dialectics. So these three are all on board with this too, because I'm familiar with all three of these guys. They can't make any arguments that anything is always wrong. You can take the most deplorable thing and bring it to their attention, and they can't make an argument because of the position they have, their worldview. They can't argue that anything's always wrong. So that's most people actually around here, which is alarming when believers have that stance. That's what's alarming to me. But anyway.
Okay. That's a good explanation. And Cosmic Skeptic, I understand that you, or at least the last video I watched of you talking about this, I understand that you do not agree with this position. You believe in subjective morality. Is that right?
No, I completely agree with what Matt just said, that the baseline of morality is a subjective preference, but there are objective derivatives that we can get from that subjective goal.
See, they say this confidently, but the funny thing is when you challenge their foundation or their meta ethic, you say, why ought I consider your position as a serious position? Isn't your position itself and everything that follows, you telling me about how objective morality comes to be, isn't that all subjective as well? And the answer is yes. So they're just lumping one opinion on the other. And what I find interesting is this really results in logical fallacies. It becomes a task of pointing out logical fallacies, because when you set up a system where you're getting people to agree, you're setting up an ad populum, right? You're just getting a consensus. You're saying, oh, we don't know anything, which is funny to start with. They don't know anything for certain. but we can make a moral system, which is our opinion, our preference. And then if we get a consensus, an agreement, we can turn it into something objective. So it's all subjective. Their complete position rests on a subjective foundation.
Oh, okay. That clears it up. I guess there was just a misunderstanding of your views.
Yeah, that's.
So,
By the way, I just want to say that's probably my fault. I've been talking a lot about morality, and my views have been shifting and changing. It's fairly solidified now, but I can see why people will have misinterpreted what I said in the past. I
think it's my fault. Having spoken about morality so much,
I think it's my fault.
I advocated for it being objective and had not been clear that the foundation of, let's call it well-being for just the sake of what I've talked about, whether or not one cares about well-being is ultimately subjective.
Right.
Whether they care about well-being is subjective. Well-being itself is subjective, right? If my well-being relies on putting a bullet in these three guys, and I make a case that my well-being needs that to be satisfied, well, that's my subjective morality, and I just get a team of people to agree with me, then in his opinion, we have an objective morality. So they allow for people like Mao, Stalin, and Hitler. Well, they can't really say that they're wrong. Those are people who are powerful, who convinced a bunch of people in their regimes that other people needed to die. So from these three perspectives here, well, they didn't really do anything wrong. They just had an objective. They had a lot of political power, a lot of propaganda behind them. They're able to take out millions of people. Well, they're right in the same boat as Mao, Stalin, and Hitler. But if you bring that up, well, that's where it gets interesting, right?
And how and why we should care about well-being is ultimately subjective. I was definitely not clear of that early on. I've gotten more clear.
Yeah, this is the.
There's really going to be no clarity if you ask the right questions, because it's all subjective, brothers. These guys are all subjective. All they're doing is saying, well, my worldview starts with I think, therefore I am. Now, maybe they have a different variation of that, which entails a lot of presuppositions within it. When you use the Cartesian model, the cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Well, what is the I? You're presupposing the I. It's important. It's an important question that rarely gets answered. I think, therefore I am. So it's assuming causality. It's assuming that because the thing that you're calling I is thinking, that you're existing, right? It's an ontological claim, a claim of being. But they're presupposing the I, the identity. They're presupposing the causality of therefore I am. So it's really not as much as a base position as they think it is. And this doesn't get discussed often enough, but it gets carried by the majority of atheists, even these guys who are highly regarded, by the way, all three of these. I would say specifically at this point, Cosmic Skeptic is highly regarded as an intellectual young philosopher. And Matt Dillahunty, of course, most of these atheists on YouTube, that's their guru, the guy who is married to a tranny who, you know, Matt's not convinced he's gay. So that's the reality. He's not convinced. It's all about him being convinced, by the way. When you flip the tables around, when you analyze their presuppositions, that's where it falls apart. That's where you get the absurdity. That's why you want to use the presuppositional arguments.
Disagreement that Steve and I essentially had on YouTube. Look, when I called myself a moral subjectivist, and this is where you'll get that impression from, moral subjectivism to some people means that if you say murder's wrong and I say it's right, that's just an opinion, and the subjectivity is lying at the level of the action. Well, I don't think that the subjectivity lies at the level of the action. I think it lies at the level of the preference.
So what? They're just hashing out different opinions. They're just making it more complex. Oh, I think it's in the preference. I think it's in the intent. I think it's in the action. And all of that is subjective. These guys just make little circles, little loops of subjectivity to try to sound sophisticated when they're just saying, yeah, I think murder's wrong, but I'm not really sure. I don't prefer murder. They definitely don't prefer that they get murdered. And then, of course, Cosmic Skeptic, he's worried about the cockroaches and the squirrels being murdered, but maybe he's changed his position since then. I don't know. He's a vegan for a while. I think I heard recently that he's not now. So I guess he decided to have some steak.
To which the action is trying to achieve. So whether or not murder is right or wrong can be an objective derivative of the subjective desire for pleasure, but the desire for pleasure itself is subjective, if you see what I'm saying.
And it's worth clarifying that moral subjectivist is distinct from moral relativist, which moral relativism is generally viewed as each individual culture defines what morality is. And I don't know that any of
I mean, they're hashing out these distinctions like, oh, the culture is moral relativism, but the culture is made up of individuals agreeing or merging into the culture view. So it's all blended together. It's just opinion. It's just preference.
of us would agree with that.
I think we adamantly disagree, because although the baseline is subjective, the baseline for well-being and pleasure is subjective, it's a universal subjective. And a universal subjective is distinct from an objective. But the fact that it's universally subjective means that regardless of the culture, the objective derivatives that we can get from that subjective desire are going to be the same.
Clear as mud?
Yes, clear as mud. All you guys said was morality is my opinion. Morality is our opinion. And the claim itself about morality being your opinion is also your opinion. So they spent 2.5 minutes just saying, yep, I just think what humans do is my opinion. I may be right, I may be wrong. There is no right or wrong. Ultimately, it's all subjective. So that's all they've done. All that garbage that came out of their mouths was just, yep, just your opinion. If you think I'm right, you think I'm wrong, or you don't like my behavior. If you do like it, blah, blah, blah. Opinion.
Yeah, about so all right. So my understanding is that you're not proponents of moral relativism, but rather moral subjectivism. Is that right? Did I understand that right?
Correct.
Depending on what you're calling moral subjectivism, we have to be careful.
I'm going with Alex's definition so that I can say correct.
All right.
It sounds kind of funny. Like, I'm going to go with that. Yeah, sure. But that is kind of what this is. Like, when you're coming from a subjective position, you can just change it at your whim. There's no dedication. There's no commitment. Ask these guys what truth is. All about which comports with reality. Okay. So truth is that which comports with reality. Reality itself is what's in question when you're asking for truth. So these guys are just making circles, talking circles about their opinion, trying to make it sound sophisticated.
And so I guess I'm a little confused that my understanding was that you were a moral objectivist, Matt, is it? And now I'm hearing more subjectivist. I just must not be understanding something.
So the example that I used.
That's great. I don't know if the caller's playing or if he's being organic in his confusion, because if you are listening to these guys, it would be confusing if you're taking them seriously and you don't have your own worldview, your own foundation in place. Again, they're just saying, yeah, everything's our opinion. And the fact that we're saying everything is our opinion is also our opinion. We don't really know. We can't really know. We can't be certain of anything. So for him to be confused is natural. And if perhaps he's not confused and he's just making the point that they're just talking gibberish, which is cool. If he's doing that, I don't know. Because they are.
Even at the beginning when I was talking about this, was, for example, a chess game. The rules of chess are arbitrary. We've changed them over the years. But analyzing a position is objective with respect to the rules. We can identify positions that...
So there you go, right? He's pointing out that the chess rules are arbitrary, which he's making the analogy that his rules, his moral rules, are arbitrary. And that's what you want to point out. And then he goes, oh, but if you get someone to agree, and then we have an objective and blah, blah, blah. Arbitrary. That is this man's position. He has an arbitrary foundation, and he's so outspoken about it, so confident about his arbitrary position.
That are better and worse. We may not always.
Oh, better and worse. Also subjective, like well-being. Just all subjective garbage piled together. Better? Is it worse? Well, let me decide what better and worse are. All subjective.
Is be able to identify which position or which move might be the best move. And in some cases, we may not know enough to determine whether or not a move is better or worse, but there are situations when we do. And those assessments of a particular position and potential move with respect to the goal of not losing the game, that assessment is objective.
Okay, so if I understand this right, so once we've established a goal, then we can objectively determine what is the best way to achieve that goal.
Precisely.
But the goals might then.
Yeah, so they're using the term objective as in like, okay, let's get together and create a goal on objective. Right? They're not saying that they can get together and make something objective that's just within the group. I think some people get hung up on that clarification, which is just subjective agreement.
Themselves might be subjective.
Exactly, yes. And I would say that rather than saying goals, I'd say goal, because there's only one goal. Ultimately, it all breaks down, I think, to well-being.
To the well.
It all breaks down to well-being, which is whatever you think it is. Again, it breaks down to well-being. If we decide that our well-being is to eliminate these three guys, well, we're not right, we're not wrong. That's just our version of well-being. They're going to say, well, you have to make a case for that. You have to tell us why eliminating us is good for your well-being. Do I? They just try to impose subjective rules on you and get you to agree with them. And that's what they need because they have no true foundation. As Matt said, arbitrary. I'm so grateful he used that word. That's what his foundation is. Arbitrary. Ultimately, the atheist moves here, I've noticed, into saying, well, that's all you have too. You're in the same boat. But this is where worldview arguments come into play. As a believer, we don't start there. We don't start with a subjective autonomous reasoning making agreements. Right? That's just them trying to impose their worldview onto us. We have an opposing worldview. Again, that's key when you're talking to these people, why you want to go to their presuppositions or to the presuppositional level. Because even their fundamental claim of all this gibberish that they're given about morality is just their opinion. They can't even say, well, no, that's true, that you start with a subjective idea and move it to an objective. That also is subjective. You see?
Being of mankind.
And I would say that's a fact about you. I know you haven't asked for my opinion, but I would say it is a fact about you. You are born not with a blank slate. Just as you're born with certain physical facts that are more tangible, such as limbs, you are born with certain facts, such as you don't want to be suffering, which means you already have the goal not to suffer. And there are right and wrong, objectively, verifiably, scientifically, right and wrong ways to achieve that.
And I am
scientific ways to achieve. I'm not sure what he just said, but I'm sure. Let me see.
Objectively, such as limbs, a blank
Breaks down, I think, to well-being.
To the well-being of mankind.
And I would say that's a fact about you. I know you haven't asked for my opinion, but I would say it is a fact about you. You are born not with a blank slate. Just as you're born with certain physical facts that are more tangible, such as limbs, you are.
So he's saying he's moving away from the blank slate, right? That you're just born neutral and you start learning things. He's saying that some of these ideas are embedded into your DNA. So I suggest that's what he's saying there.
Born with certain facts, such as you don't want to be suffering, which means you already have the goal.
But then born with certain facts, he's sort of implying that there's an objectivity there, but he's going to have to say that, well, you might be born with these facts, I might be born with different facts. So the use of the word facts, I think, is a strange word there.
Not to suffer. And there are right and wrong, objectively, verifiably, scientifically, right and wrong ways to achieve that.
And I am,
Okay, so there's scientific ways to prove that. Yeah, I'm not sure he can back up that claim. When you try to bring the domain of morals and ethics into science, well, I'd like to hear more about how he's going to do that.
at least somewhat, if not largely, in agreement with that. It's like, yes, somebody could sit down at the chessboard and not give a damn about losing. They may knock pieces around. They may try to make it illegal, but they're no longer playing the same game. Yeah. And so I think there are physical facts about the universe that we inhabit that dictate.
Physical facts about the universe we inhabit. What is that? What is he smuggling in there? Because when you sit down at a game and you don't agree, well, that's in their worldview, that's you're right. You can have whatever objective or whatever goal you want to. It all is a subjective premise. So this moves into the culture, right? And it moves into an ad populum. They're saying, well, we don't have a right and wrong, but we just sit down and talk about it and agree on it. So that's an example of how they're moving the domain of ethics into an ad populum while holding a subjective opinion on why that's the case, why that's the right way to go. And that's the beauty of navigating and exploring ethics, because the thrust of what they're saying relies on an ethic to say, well, we think this is right, that we have only a subjective opinion and we can agree on it and move into an objective. That claim itself is thrust by subjectivity. Again, just circles of subjectivity made to sound complicated, but it's just their opinion. So the guy who sits down and disagrees with it all is not wrong. He's just disagreeing with your culture, with your game, with your preferences.
What is and is not in our best interest, so that it's not just a matter of personal preference. There are people who don't want to live.
Yeah.
It is just a matter of personal preference. All of this that you guys are preaching is just a matter of personal preference.
Practical ethics is saying, how can I best protect my king in this next move? Meta ethics is saying, why the hell are we playing chess?
Yeah.
And they're two different questions.
Yeah. The meta ethic is where you want to go with these guys. Why ought I play your game? Why ought I play by your rules? And then they can make an argument about why you ought to take them seriously and consider them and play by their rules. And it's just subjective. If you want to watch a great video of this happening, you watch Jay Dyer with Ask Yourself trying to impose veganism. Ask Yourself tries to impose veganism onto Jay Dyer. And he starts with a meta-ethical question. And the video goes like an hour and 15 minutes, because Ask Yourself tries to dance around what Jay Dyer is doing. He's laying it out for Ask Yourself, saying, look, you're trying to impose an ethic on me, a subjective ethic. Why ought I consider it? And he dances for 75 minutes until Jay Dyer finally gets him to say, oh, you ought to listen to me. And then he spurgs out. It's kind of humorous and kind of sad at the same time. He starts going, the fact. They've made like little music clips on it. The fact by Ask Yourself. That's a great example of trying to get one of these atheists to explore the meta-ethical position. Now, Cosmic Skeptic here has just brought it up. Let's see what he says about it.
The important one when we're talking about objectivity and subjectivity is the meta-ethical question. And it's important to ask, why are we playing chess? But the fact of the matter is that on a practical level, we are all playing chess. And as long as we are all playing chess, there are objectively better ways to play than others.
So in his opinion, we're all playing a game, the game of life, and there's things that we feel and want, which they're calling well-being. And then he's saying, objectively better ways. Again, it's just the same thing. He's establishing his subjective opinion and trying to impose it. He's trying to sound like he's trying to sell you something, right? Like, oh, you ought to listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. I know my stuff. But if you say, no, I'm not convinced, which that's the game that Matt Dillahunty plays, right? I'm not convinced. It works the same way against all this gibberish that they're giving you. No, I'm just not convinced. I'm just not playing. They're stuck. They go nowhere. They need your agreement.
I see. Yeah, that clears it up a lot.
And remember, you want to be careful what you're agreeing to, right? Because once you agree to someone else's subjectivity, what is it that you're doing, right? Are you giving up your worldview? You're granting them things that they ought to not be granted. Their opinions that are arbitrary, as they told you. They say, well, ultimately I'm arbitrary and you're arbitrary and we're all arbitrary. And you say, well, wait, how do you have knowledge of this arbitrariness, that we're all arbitrary, that all humans in the human condition? How do you have this universal claim in your subjective worldview? Well, they don't. So you want to stay on the meta level with these guys. You want to stay on the meta ethical level.
A lot better than mud, actually. And the guy in the middle, your name is Rationality Rules, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't ask for your opinion. This is
No.
the first time I met you, and I was really
Rationality rules. Well, when you get into the domain of ethics, you can try to impose rationality, but your thoughts and feelings and your preferences about the way you think you and other people ought to behave, is that rational? Again, they're just trying to make it rational, but it's irrational. And that's what people don't seem to understand, is that the base positions, the a priori knowledge, and the assumptions and presuppositions that we hold many times are not rational. They're irrational. These guys all rely on things like uniformity in nature, identity over time, causality that they smuggle in, value, purpose. These things are not rationally provable. They're knowledge that we claim to carry, that we move into our position and try to make it rational, or try to call it rational. But this is the I'll just hold on that for a moment.
Really calling because of Cosmic Skeptic and Matt, because I thought they had a little disagreement, and I was expecting there to be a.
Well, you benefited from the fact that he and I sat around and talked about this for a few hours the other day.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
We would have hashed that out here, but if you're interested to hear, Matt and I did have a conversation about meta-ethics for an extended period of time. That's going to be going on my podcast if you want to see that conversation.
Including animal rights and veganism issues.
Animal rights, save the gophers. The cockroaches have the right to be in your kitchen. You're leaving the food out. Leave them alone. They're not bothering you. They're just doing what they're supposed to do. Yes. The animal rights. What are rights to these guys? Subjective preferences that we agree on. But really, there's a ruling class over them and all of us that say, well, we'll tell you what your rights are. And then you'll get some of them if you act in a certain way. Right? But that's a whole different discussion.
All the people who've been waiting for that.
I am going to enjoy that. It's going to be good. It's going to be heated. I'm not going to enjoy the comment section, but I'll enjoy the video.
I'm thrilled that we did it. It'll be up, and I'll also post a link to it from my Patreon as well. And what I would ask is that you actually, the people who care about this, who wanted the discussion to take place, that you listen to it and think about what everything was said before you start hitting me with a bunch of questions, because some of them may be answered. Some of them it may be obvious that I don't have an answer to, but it'll make future conversations on this a lot more efficient.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Last thing I'd say on that matter is that I can totally see why you got the assumption that Cosmic Skeptic here, his beliefs were subjective, because at the beginning of our conversing, he was. So if you'd only seen...
No, his beliefs are subjective. He said that they are subjective. He can turn them into he can create an objective with other people who believe the same subjective things he does, but in his worldview, they ultimately are subjective. And as Matt said, they are arbitrary. And that's why we bring in a guy like everyone's favorite Side 10 Bruggenkate. Then you get a different conversation and different complaints from the atheists. Oh, he's cheating. Oh, he's being dishonest. Blah, 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 blah. No, he just has a different worldview. His worldview starts with God, with the Creator, who has an objective moral system that he's created for his creation, for his creatures. And that's where it gets comical, especially in this debate, because this got overlooked or ignored, because this can't be solved by the atheists. You can say what you want about Side 10 Bruggencate, but he did a beautiful job of dismantling Dillahunty.
So tell me, how do you think it went?
How do I think it went?
Yeah.
I think it went as expected.
Who won?
This is the Dogma Debate. I'm your host, David Smalley. We are broadcasting live from Memphis, Tennessee. Yes. Yeah. So happy to be here. There are so many people all over the country and all over the world that are listening right now that are waiting to hear this debate. They're waiting to see the debate that we just got to see because, well, let's just face it, we're special. We all got to experience it and they didn't.
It was extremely shocking.
I am absolutely certain that Matt just absolutely destroyed Sai.
I thought.
Yeah, he's like, that guy's being funny, right? Because the position that Matt holds has no certainty, and Sai likes to point that out, and then Matt fires back, "No, you don't have any certainty either." Well, how do you know that? Oops, I don't.
I thought that if God is omnipotent, omnipresent, and he knew that he was sending a Christian to convince a bunch of atheists that God was real, I wonder why he couldn't have sent a better debate.
And I don't think any rational person could still have any sort of belief in Sai's arguments after intellectually, honestly surveying them.
I think that it was generally in favor of Matt's position.
I think it was generally in favor of Matt's position, because I don't really know why. I like Matt. I'm sorry, that's not, I mean, I don't know what this guy was thinking, but I would love to hear him expand on that.
This debate is between two very passionate individuals. One atheist, one Christian, who have had quite the history of online discussions. You've seen them, I see.
How'd you hear about Matt Dillahunty?
I would occasionally look on YouTube for atheistic TV shows, atheistic debates, and I ran across Matt Dillahunty, one of the hosts of the Atheist Experience. But I loosely followed his show. And it was a couple of years ago that a caller called in and asked Matt if he'd ever heard about me.
I just wanted to talk to you guys about presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, I had never heard your take on it, and I don't know. do you know about this Sai 10 Bruggencate?
Yeah, he's full of bullshit.
I've heard a lot of people have trouble.
Great assertions, huh? Just tactful. Just deep.
Getting past this argument. Atheists have trouble getting past this argument, but it seems like just a bunch of tricks.
Well, it's one trick. If Side 10 what's his face wants to call into the show, you know what? I'd rather he didn't. Now, if he wants to have a public debate at some point, okay. As soon as he gets up and stands up and acknowledges that he's engaging in presuppositionalist apologetics, I'm going to eat his lunch, and then we can talk about something else.
It's clear that he's been paying attention to the presuppositionalist knuckleheads like Side 10 Bruggencate and Eric Hovind, who supposedly wanted to debate me, but evidently are just too doggone busy all the time to ever actually make it happen. Because I offered to take them both on 2-on-1, and they declined.
I was never the one that called him out. He called me out, and I responded, and I finally accepted it. And it almost didn't happen, but then just at the deadline, I ended up signing the debate, the contract, and we ended up having the debate.
Our Christian representative joins us all the way from Ontario, Canada. He was born in Toronto, grew up in a loving Christian home. He's a member of the Associated Reformed Presbyterian Church in Canada. By God's grace alone, he says, I am a Christian. Ladies and gentlemen, Sai 10 Bruggencate. Welcome. Our atheist representative is a well-known public speaker and popular internet personality. He was the president of the Atheist Community of Austin until May 2013. He currently hosts the Austin-based cable access television show, The Atheist Experience, and formerly hosted the live internet radio show, Nonprofits Radio. He's also the founder and contributor of the counter-apologetics encyclopedia, Iron Chariots, and its subsidiary sites. He maintains a packed schedule, engaging in formal debates across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, my personal friend, Matt Dillahunty.
In my opening statement, what I expose is that Matt cannot account for reason, whereas I can. He might disagree with how I account for reason, but clearly, of the two of us, Matt could not account for reason. He disagreed with how I account for it, fine. But he does not have a basis for his objection to how I account for reason. By his own admission, reason requires truth. And that's what I showed in my opening statement. Jesus Christ is King. And I thank him for allowing this debate to take place tonight. Is it reasonable to believe that God exists? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm going to argue tonight that not only is it reasonable to believe that God exists, but that denying belief in God reduces one's worldview to absurdity. Well, why is it reasonable to believe that God exists? Quite simply, because it's true that he exists. Here's my argument. Premise 1, it's reasonable to believe that which is true. Premise 2, it's true that God exists. Conclusion, therefore, it's reasonable to believe that God exists. Matt is going to want me to show that it's true that God exists. I mean, I've watched a lot of video with Matt recently, and truth is very important to him.
I care about what's actually true. My only concern is, or my primary concern is whether or not a belief's true. I actually give a shit about whether or not something's true.
Truth is the thing that I value most. He wants to believe as many truth things and as few false things as possible. Well, so do I. And guess what? I say it's true that God exists. Therefore, it is true that God exists. My argument is sound and the debate is over. How does that work for you, Matt?
Saying something doesn't make it true.
Oh. Saying something doesn't make it true. Well, how's this? It's true for me that God exists. Therefore, it's true that God exists.
I'm talking about the idea that something could be true because it's true for you. That's the thing that I'm actually rejecting.
Just because it's true for me doesn't mean it's true. Oh, well, I strongly feel it's true that God exists. Therefore, God exists.
Just because you feel it strongly doesn't mean that it's true.
Oh, man. Not because I said it, not because it's true for me, not because I feel it, not because others believe it, not because the
Dillahunty's sitting there like, where's he going? What's happening?
It's true for me, not because I feel it, not because others believe it, not because the belief is sincere or because its denial is frowned upon. Come on. Help me out here, Matt.
When we're talking about truth and the fact that truth has to exist independent of our knowledge of it, yes, that's true.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Truth exists independent of our knowledge of it. Perhaps at this point, a definition of truth would be in order. How does Matt define truth?
Truth is that which comports with reality.
Truth is that which comports with reality. Great. Wait a minute. Whose view of reality? In my view of reality, God exists. And I really, really believe that my view of reality is the right view. Does that make it true?
You can believe that naked pixies whisper in your ear and clean out your sink at night if you want to. But it has no bearing at all on the objective reality that we actually have to deal with.
Oh, okay, I get it. Objective reality. What's really real. Not just because I believe it. Truth must be that which corresponds to objective reality. Well, that makes sense, actually. Just because somebody high on drugs believes that there's snakes on the bed doesn't mean that there's actually snakes on the bed. In order to know if something's true, our internal beliefs must match what's actually true, what's actually real.
I want my internal model of reality to match the actual reality I live in as best as possible.
So Sai's done a brilliant job here of following Matt over time to gather what Matt is claiming to be true or truth. And he's got him. He has him here. Because Matt's just making up a subjective opinion, what he's calling objective reality and objective truth. So it's interesting.
Of course he does. It has to match actual, objective, ultimate reality to be true. Matt cares about truth, so he must care about ultimate reality, right?
I don't care whether this is the ultimate reality.
Wait, what? Matt doesn't care if this is the ultimate reality? Surely that was a slip of the tongue. Surely Matt must care a little bit about what's ultimately real.
Possibilities and reality. I don't care. Sorry, I just really, really, really don't care.
He really, really, really doesn't care. Now, folks, that's a problem. Truth is that which is ultimately real, and Matt doesn't care what's ultimately real. Why is that?
My position is that, yes, we cannot distinguish whether or not, I can't distinguish whether the reality I experience is an ultimate reality. I could be in a matrix or a brain in a vat or pick any thought experiment you want.
Matt doesn't care what's ultimately real because he can't know what's ultimately real. You heard it. He could be a brain in a vat. According to Matt's worldview, he can only know that which is in his own brain. See, I'd even argue that point. But surely that would be absurd. I mean, isn't that solipsism? Solipsism, a theory and philosophy that your own existence is the only thing that is real or that can be known. Well, that's nuts, right? I mean, anybody who claims to be a solipsist deserves to be mocked, right?
And because I'm a solipsist, because I'm in certain...
You're a solipsist?
Trapped like most...
Mocked, and hung up on. Good job, Matt. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, if that were the case, not only could you not know ultimate reality, you'd have no basis for trusting the reality that you think you're experiencing. I mean, you might think that you're in a room with blue walls when you're a brain in a vat in a room with orange walls. You see, I have watched a lot of Matt's videos, and he hangs up on a lot of people. Now, why would Matt hang up on the solipsist? Why would he hang up on the solipsist? I wonder.
We cannot ever solve the problem of hard solipsism, pretending that I'm claiming to be able to defeat hard solipsism. I have.
Yeah, how does he have knowledge of what can be determined like that, about what all humans are capable of? He's making absolute knowledge claims.
I have no solution to that.
Matt has no solution for solipsism. In fact, according to Matt's worldview, he must be a solipsist. But rather than admit it, he mocks somebody claiming solipsism. Of course, Matt would never admit to being a solipsist. Or would he?
Obviously, I'm not a solipsist, you're not a solipsist, but in some possible world...
Actually, I kind of
am. There actually is.
Did you catch that? It's kind of soft. I enhanced the audio for you.
Obviously, I'm not a solipsist, you're not a solipsist, but in some possible world...
Actually, I kind of am.
There actually is.
Actually, he kind of is a solipsist. Of course he is. Matt can't know anything outside his own brain. And I have to show that it's true that God exists. He can't know anything outside his own brain, and he's going to argue that it's unreasonable to believe in God? My friends, this debate isn't over. It never started. Matt's worldview isn't down for the count. It's dead.
Yeah, that's a great point. He just displayed, and he's bringing out into the open how, why are you arguing with people who's saying, I can't know anything for certain, I might be a brain in a vat, but your worldview is wrong. You have to convince me. So Sai's saying, well, how am I going to convince you if you're telling me you can't know anything for certain, you can't be convinced? Your worldview doesn't allow for knowledge. So, what are we doing? What's the debate about? He's taking a great route here. I think this is the way to do it. But, obviously other people want to hear debates. They want to grant each other their position, even though the base of their position is arbitrary and ultimately reducible to absurdity, because people like to be entertained. But I find this more entertaining personally and more refreshing because it gets to the bottom of his interlocutor's actual position.
He just doesn't have the courtesy to lie down.
Oh, give me a second.
When Matt's worldview is laying there as a solipsist and everybody's going, well, that's okay. He can still debate. How do you figure that?
I mean, my opinion is that he explained himself, that he mentioned that he can't disprove ultimately to Sai's satisfaction.
What I encourage people to do is watch this over and over again. Not that you're going to be convinced of the truth of it. See, that's one thing that other people says that, are you up here to convince people? I can't convince even one person. I'm up here to speak the truth in the hope that the Holy Spirit converts them. Because I can't convert anybody. So I just spoke the truth. I just showed that Matt can't make sense of the truth. And he's very inconsistent in his argumentation. He'll make knowledge claims, he'll make truth claims. Then you ask him, you press him on, well, I don't believe that, I don't claim them to be true or that I know them, I just believe them. Of course, that itself is a truth and knowledge claim. It's absurdity. And that's what I said. That's what the option is today. Jesus Christ or absurdity. But people choose absurdity because they love their sin.
I want to thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. It's a real privilege to be able to come and speak today. And I thank you for those people who have been praying for the debate last night. So the crowd was largely atheistic and they were vitriolic, and I expected that. But the gospel was preached to people who might never otherwise hear it. See, all my life, as long as I can remember, I've had a passion for defending my faith. I want others to be saved, and I've had a passion for doing that. But what I realized is about 8 years ago now is that most of my life I was doing it wrong. See, when somebody asked me, for evidence that God exists, they said they don't believe in God. What did I do? What did I do for them? The first thing I do for them is I would give them evidence. And this is a question I ask. I say, where do you hear evidence most often in the secular world? In the court of law. Who do you give evidence to in court? The judge and the jury. Somebody comes up to you and says, I don't believe in God, and you give them evidence. Who are you saying is the judge? Them. And who's on trial? The Lord of glory. See, God is the judge. So I don't do that anymore. I don't give them evidence to show them that God exists. I expose the fact that they do know that God exists. And if you ever Google my name, I wouldn't advise you doing that. You'll see how many people hate me. Because I'm not elevating them to the position of judge. If you make them the judge, they'll talk with you all day. But if you expose the fact that they know that God exists, they're just going to come back at you with vitriol.
Matt will have 10 minutes for his opening statement.
Didn't I just get 10 minutes?
See, that's a good point Sai made, which is like, I see Jill popped in here. That's like a difference between Jill and I, right? Like I don't sit around and talk to atheists as much as Jill does. Now, I think that there's value still in an evidentialist approach and doing what he does, but we have a very different approach where Jill likes to grant them their position and navigate the scriptures and then start arguing the scriptures. But the way I see it, that becomes fruitless in the way that if you're going to grant somebody their worldview that's arbitrary at the base, well, they can just keep giving different perspectives on the scriptures. And if you're presupposing the scriptures, you're going to want to know what their foundation is before they dive into the scriptures with you. So, this is what we see with atheists, and this is what we see with universalists, where we're going to spend the rest of our lives going over interpretations and having different opinions on what's the right interpretation and so forth. I think this is much more effective to say, well, you've got to give a position, a foundation, a coherency to your worldview before we start navigating the scriptures. Where do you start from? And that's what Sai is pointing out here with Matt. Matt is saying, well, I don't know anything for certain. I'm kind of a solipsist. I'm kind of not. I could be wrong. But he's trying to argue that Sai is wrong. And the debate is, well, you've got to convince me. So I think we've got to stop playing this game of, yes, we've got to convince the atheists, because they don't want to be convinced. I think it's more effective to point out, which will be convincing in a different way, that they have no foundation that they could rely on to receive knowledge because they reject knowledge up front.
So, good evening, and thank you very much for attending this debate. Is it reasonable to believe God exists? That's the topic we're meant to be addressing tonight. And I think it's a great question, worthy of discussion and debate, not just because it'd be very nice to have an answer to the question, but because it affords us the opportunity to address the method by which we might go about answering that question. I'm going to lay the groundwork for my position by addressing two key words in tonight's topic: reasonable and belief. What does it mean to say that something's reasonable? In simplest terms, it means we have good justification for accepting the proposition. It means that we should be able to construct an argument supporting the position that is both valid and sound. Absolute certainty isn't a required component of knowledge, because we have no good reason to think that absolute certainty in the ultimate sense is possible to attain. I'm a bit of a philosophy buff, and I like thinking about knowledge and certainty and other topics that might arise tonight. But when it comes to propositional claims in general, and the topic of this debate specifically, knowledge and certainty are completely irrelevant. We don't wait.
Knowledge and certainty are completely irrelevant. And that's a subjective claim about knowledge that he's making. So he's basically just said, well, here are my rules of reality. I think what we should do is come to reasonable conclusions, and this is how we do it. But see, Sai is going to move to say, well, how do you know that's the case, right? How do you know that your worldview, your methodology is true? Well, he believes it's true. But didn't you say in the earlier videos that it's not true just because you believe it? So Sai's already basically dismantled him, but he did it in a way where he let Matt dismantle himself through video footage, which is brilliant. And it just surprises me that this video gets overlooked, because he really is completely dismantled. If you can, if you're a Dillahunty follower and you can kind of step outside of that, you should be able to see this, that he really deconstructed himself here, or in that footage that Sai brought forward. Now he's going to try to talk his way out of it, but if you stay focused on what he said fundamentally, he has destroyed himself.
Until we have knowledge to act, and we don't wait until we have absolute certainty to act. We act in accordance with our beliefs, and we recognize that because our beliefs inform our actions and that our actions have consequences, it's in our best interest to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible.
Yeah, so it's in our best interest to do that because Matt has subjectively decided so through his sense data, which isn't ultimately reliable, and he can't be certain of it. He just believes that. And he also believes that truth is important, but he's not really defining what truth is, or he's just coming up with a subjective definition of truth. So you see the constant circles he's making. He's just looping around using rhetoric to sound fluent calling himself a philosophy buff, but Sai's already pointed out that he's dismantled himself, and he did so with Matt's own footage, which again, it couldn't have been done a better way, I would say. I mean, if you get a man to dismantle himself, I mean, then you just witness him basically hanging himself, figuratively speaking, in this debate format.
I mean, you can't know anything if you can't know what's objectively real, and that's what I was exposing. He can't make sense of the very concept of reason, and he's going to argue that it's not reasonable to believe that God exists. It's absurd. 2 Timothy 2, verse 24 and 25. And
that's the thing you want to take away. Like, Peter W. always says this too. Like, these unbelievers are saying, well, we don't really know anything, but we know you're wrong. Like, that's what needs to stop, or that's where they need to be stopped. Because if they're going to take a position of uncertainty, of beliefs with knowledge being irrelevant, just basically removing the domain of epistemology from the worldview, telling you, oh, we can only know this much, subjectively, of course, then there's no really good reason to move forward. They're just playing a game where they're saying, well, you need to convince me. You need to convince me. You need to convince me. And that's a game that's been played a long time by different apologists, and they're losing that game. And there's a reason for that, because they're not focusing on the alleged coherency of the unbeliever's worldview.
And the Lord's servant must not quarrel. Instead, he must be kind to everyone, able to teach, not resentful. Those who oppose him, he must gently instruct, in the hope that God will grant them repentance, leading to a knowledge of the truth. Most people say, would you like to give these people the truth and give them arguments so that they'll repent? Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I want them to see the truth so that they repent. That's not what 2 Timothy 24 and 25 says. In the hope that God will grant them repentance, leading to a knowledge of the truth. And there's people out here trying to prove that a donkey talked, trying to prove that a man was in a fish for 3 days. I mean, you see the arguments out there. There's some whale shark off the coast of Madagascar that has 5 stomachs. In the first stomach, there's no acid, so a man could possibly live in it. They're trying to prove miracles. It's not our job to prove miracles. You see, they have to repent of their sin against the God they know exists before they can accept any of that. You see, it's a worldview apologetic that I teach. They must.
And that's a point where they say, how dare you tell me what I suppress or what I reject? How dare you? That goes with Sai's worldview, the Christian worldview. We follow the scriptures. And in Romans 1:18 specifically, the unbeliever is suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. So when we say that you're doing this and we think it's the wrong way, we're coming from a stance of knowledge that we receive from God through the scriptures and other methods. And that's our worldview. We're allowed to say that you're involved in our worldview. It's not something that needs to be taken personally, like, how dare you tell me what I should and shouldn't do. That's part of the worldview. And that's just the way it goes. It's not a personal issue, so to speak.
Start with the God of the Bible.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Do you because you just said people choose absurdity.
Right.
So you believe that belief is a choice.
I believe it's your choice to not follow God. That's right. It's a free choice.
Okay, now following God is different from believing, right?
Everybody believes in God.
Oh,
people aren't sent to hell for unbelief. They're sent to hell for their sin.
So you think that I believe in the Christian deity?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
The Bible says.
Romans chapter 1, starting at verse 18. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness, since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him, but their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools.
But the Bible could be wrong.
Based on what standard?
Yeah, how do you know?
See, when you say it could be wrong, you're appealing to a standard that you can account for.
I don't mean
what
wrong.
is wrong in your world?
I don't mean wrong ethically.
No, wrong.
No, but that's the thing. Like they can't hash that out. They have a standard that's going to be ultimately subjective. Well, it could be wrong based on my standard of right and wrong. And the interesting thing about what the guy on the left said, no, not ethically, is when you make arguments, there is an ethical component, an ethical thrust to your argument. We ought to follow what we know to be right. That's being implied when people are debating and arguing. That doesn't get discussed enough. That's the meta ethic that Cosmic Skeptic was bringing up in the last video. We're always carrying an ethical component. This is what I constantly bring up with the universalists. They don't seem to get it. I suspect some do. And those that do realize that that's a huge problem for their worldview, that it would collapse if they were to actually entertain that thought and say, oh, I see that. When I'm arguing, when the universalist is arguing that the Christian is wrong, they have an ethical stance, an ethical component that's involved in their argumentation. We can't escape this. Ethics is human behavior. We carry this with us. We carry it into our conversations, into our debates, our arguments. Can't say that enough.
Wrong at all. The very concept of right and wrong does not make sense to evolve Ponce.
Inaccurate.
What is inaccuracy to evolve Ponce?
So he's saying, oh, it's not right or wrong. It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. It's the same problem. As I was just saying, he's saying you ought not to follow what is inaccurate. Even if he's not stating that clearly, he is implying that, which is an ethical claim, which he cannot account for. Sai is right.
Hey, David, could you be wrong?
I see why people get frustrated talking about you. Sai will now have 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's a great little display. I see why people get frustrated. Yes, because you're going to a meta-ethical level. You're pointing out in their worldview, all they have is subjective opinion. They don't have a right and wrong, and they're trying to argue saying you're wrong. And you're not coming from that type of position.
Rebuttal.
That's all we heard. 10 minutes from somebody who can't know that he's not a brain in a vat. Debates presuppose truth.
Yeah, don't you like the brain in the vat? I may be a brain in the vat. I'm not sure, but convince me that God exists. Think about that. This is, even if you don't get the atheists to say this outright, most atheists do follow this line of thinking. Solipsism. I may be a brain in a vat. I can't be sure I'm not. Now it's your duty to convince me God exists. What a task. Why would you take on a task like that instead of saying, well, wait a second. You're not sure if you're a brain in a vat or not. What else aren't you sure of? What do you know? That's where you want to go. That's the reductio ad absurdum.
Matt says truth is that which corresponds to reality. Matt admits he can't know what's real. Everything he says so far is borrowing from my worldview. You can't know anything to be true unless you start with God. Everyone here knows that God exists. Why don't I present evidence? Why don't I present evidence? Where do you hear evidence out in the world? In the court of law. Who do you present evidence to in court? The judge. When you come up to me and say you don't believe in God, and I present you with evidence, I'm saying that you're the judge. You're not the judge. God is the judge. All of you know that he exists. When you come to a debate, you want to hear whether or not what we're arguing is true. You want to know if it's true that God exists. Well, tonight, I'm going to wait to see if Matt ever tells me how he can know anything to be true according to his worldview. Matt agrees that his view on logic is a result of the chemical reaction in his brain. I mean, would you come here today and listen to a debate? It was a bottle of Dr. Pepper arguing against a bottle of Mountain Dew. You shake them up and you open them, and they start to fizz. Which of those fizzes would be true? Neither. It's just fizz. If Matt's worldview is true, then our thoughts, our brains are just evolved meat machines.
See, what he's saying there is a great analogy if you can consider it. It's like when Matt was sitting with Cosmic Skeptic and Rationality Rules, they're saying, oh, well, we're objective moralist in this sense, or, we're moral realist, whatever they claim, whatever flavor of moralism through philosophy they want to claim, they're ultimately saying, well, ultimately we start subjectively. It's just our opinion, and then we build into what we call objectivity, an objective. And that's why he's saying all you're doing is shaking up 2 bottles of soda and they're just fizzing. It's just noise. There's no actual foundation. There's no coherency to the base of your worldview. You're saying this, the other guy's saying that. You both could be wrong. Nobody's right. So what is it that you're really doing? Just molecules in motion making noises, fizzing.
And our thoughts are the byproduct of the chemical reactions in our evolved brains. It's brain barf. He would be fizzing atheistically. I'm fizzing theistically. And you want to know which one of those is true. You can't get truth from that. You see, Matt's view on logical absolutes, as far as he knows, could be fed to him from a computer when he's a brain in a vat. See, there's not really much more I have to say about that. Yeah, you can laugh all you want. No, I'll keep going. I'll just preach to you. Now, some people say, why do I go into a debate like that last night? And why doesn't that get you down? I say, because apart from the grace of God, that's me. And I remember my very first debate that I did. It was recorded, and I had it recorded before it went on the air. It was on British radio, and I was playing it for a friend of mine. And he was laughing. He was high-fiving me, fist bumping, like Americans like to do. He was an American fellow. And I let him, because for the first time in his life, he saw a biblical defense of the faith that he felt was really powerful, not because I'm smart, but because I argued from the truth of Scripture. I let him, but at the end of that debate, I said to him, I can understand why some of these things are funny, but the plight of this man is not funny. And except for the grace of God, that's us. And except for the grace of God, that man is going to hell. That's nothing to laugh about. And that's what we have to consider when we talk to the unbeliever, that except by the grace of God, we're them.
All right. Matt has 10 minutes for rebuttal.
So I'd like to start by noting that in a debate, one doesn't normally write their rebuttal ahead of time. Ordinarily, you compose it on the fly as a direct response to what your opponent has said. Tonight, though, I'm breaking from tradition and reading a precomposed rebuttal. There are a number of problems which philosophers have continually debated and for which there seem to be no solution.
Yeah, so he's not going to go after what Sai is actually saying here, right? Because he's already brought up footage of him. Sai has brought up footage of Matt negating himself, and he's pointed out that he's incoherent. So I think Matt has decided to shift into reading what philosophers, which you would consider an authority, have debated over for years, as just another form of subjectivity that he's trying to bring into the conversation.
I'll take a look at a few of them while I address some of Sai's points. The first issue is the problem of hard solipsism. Essentially, you can't prove that the reality you experience is actually real in an ultimate sense. It's been expressed in many ways. One of the more common is that you're a brain in a vat, which in the modern world has been reduced to you could be in the Matrix. There are many other ways to express this problem. How do you know you're not imagining a world while locked up in an asylum? And it relates to many other philosophical problems, some of which we're likely to address. The general consensus among philosophers seems to be that there's no current solution to this problem.
Right, the general consensus of philosophers, ad populum appeal to authority, right? Like these people, well, they're specialists, they're authorities, and they said this, so I'm going to take that and put that against Sai's position. I'm going to pull in some authorities subjectively, a subjective opinion on these people being authorities, saying, well, they couldn't solve this, so therefore what? These philosophers don't have the ethical thrust to make an objective claim, and they can't also make the universal claim that all people aren't able to do this. And again, the importance of whether or not you can prove your brain in a vat, well, that sounds like a personal problem. It doesn't sound like a problem from Sai's worldview perspective.
And then it may be the case that a solution simply isn't possible. I think there are some good arguments against solipsism, but I'll concede, as do most philosophers, that there appears to be no ultimate absolution. absolute solution, but I'm stuck dealing with the reality I experience until someone offers me a way out.
Stuck dealing with the reality I experience until someone offers me a way out. So he's just now just given personal issues. He's not really arguing against what Sai is bringing forward. He's just given his personal experience and his opinion about his own issues. All Sai is going to do is say, well, I don't agree with that. Sorry about your problems. Sorry about your issues.
See, solipsism is the belief that nothing can be known outside of one's own mind. And see, Matt refuted that with everything he said. Here's the problem. And we never really did explore that much, but when you say you could be in the matrix, even your belief that you could be in the matrix could be false. It could be just, a computer program feeding a brain in a vat. I mean, he could say, oh, I'm in the matrix. Well, how do you know that? You can't even know that you're in the matrix if you could be in the matrix. I mean, you can't know anything if you can't know what's objectively real. And that's what I was exposing.
My point to you.
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Peter, how does he know we are stuck? How does he get off making that knowledge claim? He tried to pawn it off onto authorities and consensus, ad populum, appeal to authority. He's like, well, Sai is beating me up on my knowledge claims by my own admission in video footage that I don't have knowledge. So let me appeal to these people who are experts, who they can't figure it out. Therefore, I can bring up this problem into the debate and say, oh, it's not my knowledge, it's these experts. So it's just you could call that a red herring, really. Just different flavors of logical fallacies being brought in there.
Sai, is you intentionally go back to the Bible every time.
Of course.
But
that's our authority.
And okay,
you go to your reasoning every time.
I do go to reasoning every time.
That's
Thank
your
you.
Authority.
So I'm not an evidentialist. I don't give people evidences to prove that God exists. I expose the fact that they know that God exists. I'm what you would call a presuppositionalist. See, we all get the same evidence, but we examine the evidence according to what we already believe. If you put a fossil right here, the unbeliever will say, oh, millions of years. The creationists will say, well, that shows Noah's flood. We examine the evidence and we come to different conclusions based on what we already believe. So I don't examine the evidence. It makes no sense. I examine the beliefs we take to the evidence. And I say that without God, you can't make sense of examining evidence.
The first conversation is the time is controlled by Sai. It will be 10 minutes, and then Matt will have 10 minutes to control the conversation then. Sai, your time begins now.
First, I'd like to start off with this question for you, Matt. When you said this,
From the standpoint of objective reality, the belief that there is a God is a delusion.
do you still believe that?
Yes.
How do you know anything to be objectively real?
How do I know? What do you mean by know?
Oh, what do you mean by no? And there's where the epistemology gets tossed out, right? Sai is coming from a worldview which is basic philosophical structure of metaphysics, the nature of being, epistemology, how and what we can know, and ethics, how we behave, which is interrelated to all three domains. All three domains are interrelated: metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. So he's going for epistemology now, and Matt's basically just tossing it out. What do you mean by no?
What do I mean by no? Welcome to atheism. How do you know anything to be objectively real when you've admitted you could be a brain in a vat?
What do you mean by no? Do you mean how am I aware of?
Right. How are you aware of objective reality?
I'm aware of reality through my senses.
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you how you're aware of what is objectively real, not what you perceive to be real.
So when I use the term objectively in this context, I'm using it in the sense of not subjective or not contingent upon any one mind within the scope of reality. For example, I'm convinced that I'm in a room with other people right now, and if they agree with me that I'm in a room with them, then we can then work together to investigate reality.
Right, but the fact is you've admitted you could be a brain in a vat.
I haven't admitted that I can be. I've admitted that I cannot prove that I'm not.
That's right. So therefore it follows that you could be.
It doesn't follow that you could be.
I could be in a matrix or a brain in a vat or pick any thought experiment you want.
Okay, so you trust your senses and reasoning in order to...
What was that? It doesn't follow that I could be. I can't prove that I'm not, but it doesn't follow that I could be. That was just a flop.
determine what is real in your reality. Right?
Yes.
On what basis do you trust your sense and reasoning?
On their continued reliability at producing effective results.
Okay, now.
So that's a faith claim, right? Why do you trust that your perception of reality is accurate? On their continued reliability. This goes into induction, right? The future will be like the past, which is David Hume's major problem. An honest atheist who pointed out, well, I can't really account for induction. This has been pointed out to Matt multiple times too. And he just says things like, I don't care about David Hume. Doesn't ever solve the problem. It doesn't matter if you care about him. The point is that he was a very, well-read atheist and one of a brilliant thinker, really, but he admitted that he relies on induction, which he cannot account for. And that's what Matt is virtually saying with his reality, that he relies faithfully on the results he gets.
Now, when you... No, see, now the thing is...
Hang on, let him ask questions.
The thing that... It never ceases to amaze me that you don't see the folly of that answer. Because the thing is, he said on their continued reliability. How does Matt know whether they've been reliable in the past? How does Matt know they're reliable now? How does Matt know that they're going to be reliable? Do you know why? Because he uses them to prove it. It's a vicious circle.
Right. It's just a faith claim saying, well, this happened before and it's happened consistently time and time again. So I'm going to move into the future, assuming that it will happen again. He's not really answering anything. He's just talking about an experience of faith that he's pursuing. And when he's questioned on why he has that faith or how he can justify that faith, well, he's saying, oh, I don't have knowledge. I just believe. And that's why Sai is just saying it's a vicious circle. He's not really answering the core of what's being asked.
If your reasoning was not valid, how could you know it?
I don't know.
Matt admitted that he can't know what's real. Therefore, he can't know what's true. Therefore, he can't know what's reasonable. Therefore, he has no business being at the debate. How about this? Why don't you tell me one thing you know?
Why?
Because
he said why. He needs time to think about it. He's buying time. Why? Oh, crap. All right, one thing. This is what you ask the atheist. And I've asked atheists this as well. They get to, I exist. That's one thing I know for certain. And then you ask them, well, what is the I? You're presupposing the I. And they say, well, something's happening. I know something's happening. And I guess that's basically the core. It's like breaking down the Cartesian model of I think, therefore I am, breaking it down further into, okay, something's happening, something's existing. But that still assumes ontology, and it assumes time too. It assumes time, yeah.
That's my question, sir.
Well, what do you mean by no?
Justified true belief.
I'm not claiming to know
anything.
I don't just think or believe that there's value in debating. I know there's value in it.
Like the thing is, when I ask you, how do you know something? If you don't answer that to anybody else, a cop comes up to you, and they ask how you know something, you don't say, what do you mean by no, officer? I mean, you only have to play these philosophical mumbo-jumbo games with a Christian to avoid the God that all of you know exists. Sure, you can laugh if you want, but it's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, he's pointing out what Peter's pointing out. Oh, I don't know anything, but I know you're wrong. I don't know anything. Convince me God exists. I may be a brain in the vat. Prove God. And that's why you don't want to play their games. You don't want to fall into their folly, right? Proverbs 26, 4 and 5. Answer a fool according. It starts, do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you become like him. And then it follows with answer a fool according to his folly, lest he think himself wise in his own eyes. And that's what Sai is doing here. He's following those two proverbs. He's answering him by critiquing his own worldview. And then he's not answering him in the way where Matt's saying, convince me of God. He's not going there, because that's where we would be in folly. We would be granting them things that they're assuming that they can't justify. So those two verses are key. And Sai is following them very well here.
It's absurd.
All right, Matt now owns the next 10 minutes of the conversation.
So you're not an evidentialist anymore, even though once upon a time you were.
I would say that I'm the ultimate evidentialist. I would say all evidence points to the existence of God. A presuppositionalist is the ultimate evidentialist. I don't say special evidences point to God. I say that you can't make sense of any evidence unless you start with God.
But you don't present evidence in any defense of God anymore because...
I present evidence when I share my faith. I go for a walk, I look up at the stars, and I actually laugh that there's people out there who look at the sky and deny that God exists. I present evidence when I share my faith. But when somebody says you're nuts for what you believe, then I don't put them in the judge's seat and God on trial.
Okay.
Is logic absolute?
Do I believe that logic is absolute?
No, I'm asking you, is logic absolute?
Define logic. Because are you talking about the logical absolutes that we talked about, the laws of identity, non-contradiction?
Yes. Are they absolute?
I believe that they're absolute.
So are they absolute? That's my question.
Are you asking me if I'm absolutely certain that they're absolute?
I'm asking you if they're absolute.
You're asking me if they're absolute.
Right.
I don't know.
So do they necessarily apply to this debate?
Yes.
Based on what standard?
I believe that they apply to this debate.
They necessarily, or do you believe it, or do they necessarily apply to this debate?
Well, I can't, since I can't say that for absolute certain that they're there, or that I cannot see. This is a problem with when you start going down these where you're smuggling in absolute certainty without actually saying it.
Who's smuggling in absolute certainty? Seems to me that Matt would be smuggling in the certainty, but when he's challenged on it, he doesn't have it.
Because are you absolutely certain of that?
No.
And that's what you want to point out, right? Like, we can't know this, we can't know that, we have to do this, this is necessary. Do you know that? How do you know that? It sounds like sophistry. Is you get accused of that, but there's a point to doing that, because the unbeliever is just going to keep talking and keep smuggling. Well, you got to do this. Oh, we have to do this, or we need this. We need the logic. We don't know if it's there. We don't know what it is, but we know it's there, but we don't, but we do. You want to point out their actual foundation. And this is a great display because Matt is all tripped up here with these questions, which are fundamental.
Because I've already conceded at the beginning that I'm not saying I'm absolutely certain about anything.
Are you absolutely certain that you're not absolutely certain about anything?
No, I'm maximally certain.
See, that's the regress, right? I'm not certain about anything. Are you certain about that? No. So they're caught in a contradiction there, but they're okay with it because they don't know what to do. It's stuck. It's an infinite regress. But you can stay there with it. You can say, well, if you're telling me making claims about absolute certainty that you're uncertain of, what is it that you're actually saying?
Maximally certain.
Which is what I've started off with.
He said he's maximally certain. So now he's trying to put it like on a spectrum, right? A scale. I'm not, let's listen to it again.
It because start going down there or that I cannot see. This is the problem with when you start going down these where you're smuggling in absolute certainty without actually saying it. Because
are you absolutely certain of that?
No. Because I've already conceded at the beginning that I'm not saying I'm absolutely certain about anything.
Are you absolutely certain that you're not absolutely certain about anything?
No, I'm maximally certain.
Maximally certain.
He's maximally certain that he's not absolutely certain about anything. So you could continue to challenge this, like how he got into that spectrum of maximally certain. And it's just more and more subjective claims about his personal experience, his own problems. But that's what you want to point out, how he has all these fundamental problems and he wants to sit down with you and tell you you're wrong. And it's not just any problem. When you're dealing with coherency at the base of someone's philosophy and they can't make sense of their own philosophy, well, why would you navigate with someone into your worldview and just grant them this false knowledge that they're smuggling in when they're saying, well, I don't really know anything. And that's how this works. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for the atheists because they want to say you're playing a game, but you're not. You're using your worldview to deconstruct their worldview into absurdity, saying, why would I even want to have this discussion with you if you can't make sense of your own worldview?
Which is what I started off with. I was arguing from a position of truth, from a position of rationality, from a position of logic. Matt admits that he was arguing from a position of arbitrary beliefs. And he says, I'm the one who didn't come to debate.
So if you and I are sitting here, and evidently we can't agree, but if we could agree that we are in a shared reality, then reality are those things that we agree upon, that we can demonstrate reliably. But at a core level, because we can't demonstrate that we're not a brain in a vat, reality is the reality I experience. I just happen to be convinced and believe, for what I think are good reasons, that I'm sharing it with all these other people.
Right, but you have no basis for knowing that.
I didn't say I knew it, did I? I don't even know what you mean by know it.
That's the absurdity of this. It's absolutely absurd to engage with somebody who wants to have a debate about truth, and you ask him how he knows something to be true, and he says, well, I don't claim to know anything to be true.
Right. He keeps throwing out epistemology. He's saying, no, this is what we do. We come into something and we make agreements about reality. So he actually just slipped that in there, right? Like that truth and reality is an agreement. And so I didn't push back on that, but he let him go. And he's like, well, how do you know any of this that you're saying? Well, I don't. I'm not saying I know. So it's just Matt is just saying, I just have this subjective opinion about how we're supposed to navigate reality, and I want you to buy it. Will you buy that, Sai? No. I don't want to buy anything from you. I want to know how you know these things.
It's absurd.
We say, hey, here's our basis, revelation from God. What's your basis for certainty?
About anything.
Well, I mean, there are several things that I think, that I believe, like Matt was saying. I think he did a very good job of explaining things he believes, but that he could be wrong about. And I'm fine with that.
It's all things he could be wrong about. It's self-dismissal, right? Not just some things, all things.
So what's your basis for certainty?
Well, here's the problem. I'm not claiming to have extraterrestrial knowledge.
Right. What's your basis?
What's your basis for certainty?
Right. About anything.
What do you mean by that?
How do you know anything?
How do you know
What is
anything to be
certainty?
true?
See, that's the song and dance we get all the time.
My
All of you
song
know.
and dance,
That's
are you
right.
kidding me?
How do you know
Okay,
anything?
step up to the mic.
No, we're not. They're not kidding you. You didn't get anything done. You don't even know what they're asking you. You don't even have a standard that you can suggest, except my reasoning, my feelings, my seemings, my sense data.
What's your name?
Let's go to the mic because I don't want to answer the question.
It doesn't make any sense, guys.
Because you can't answer.
No,
the
because
question.
you are
You
claiming to
people know
magic.
it.
Yeah.
You might not see it tonight.
You're claiming to magic.
Listen to this
That's
over
all
and
you're saying.
over
I'm not
again and
claiming-
listen
no,
to
we're
him
claiming-
avoid the question.
We're claiming
'cause you all
revelation
know
from
it.
God.
Why don't they want to debate you again?
Well, you want my reason or their reason?
Now, the problem here is a big disconnect, and it's the reason why you find it frustrating and why I find it frustrating.
I'm not frustrated. I expect it.
Sorry. It's the reason, see, I couldn't have predicted that. Because everybody else is frustrated.
I'm not frustrated.
Now he's going to appeal to emotion, right? And appeal to the audience. Oh, we're frustrated. We don't like this. This is not how we normally do it. So what? So what? This is not a normal debate or the type of debate that you're used to. So what? He's going after your worldview, which is, I don't know. It just is. I don't know. It just is. What's the problem with that? Can't we move forward? Well, if you don't know and it just is, why are you attempting to deconstruct me and tell me I'm wrong? Which is going to be the ethical thrust, right? The I don't know is the epistemology. The it just is the arbitrary metaphysic. Reality just is. And then you're wrong. I'm right. That's the ethic. So when you focus on the metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, you can deconstruct these guys. And yeah, they'll get frustrated and they'll try all sorts of tactics and techniques. But if you don't let them, they don't get anywhere.
And the reason it must be so comfortable to just not have that sort of frustration.
The reason he doesn't want to debate me again is because he knows how it went. He knows how his worldview fared in this debate. He doesn't want that to happen again. And I still would be happy to have a free, open exchange with Matt. He won't do it. He came up with some ridiculous reason never to engage me again.
It doesn't matter to me whether I had a chance to debate Cy, but we did. And I'm glad we did. Mostly I enjoyed it. But when you refuse...
You know, if he's being genuinely saying mostly he enjoyed it, that would be cool. I don't know. I don't really trust Dillahunty from what I've heard from him, but he could have enjoyed that, because if he was being genuine, that's very challenging, what just happened to him. To be challenged on that level, because you could see him sitting there going, what do you mean by no? I don't know. I don't know what knowing is. Like, that's a harsh position to be in when someone's challenging you on that level. So I'm sure this debate was enlightening to him. Now, as far as him debating him again, yeah, he wouldn't want to go through that again, because he knows exactly that what Cy's going to do. He's going to do the same thing. And Matt's not going to have any new answers. He's going to have new rhetoric, perhaps, but he's not going to have the answers.
To do a picture with someone, and take a picture with the person who organized this and put it together. And then when pressed on it, your answer is that she lied to you. And you're willing to stand next to me and take a picture with me after you just finished calling me a liar in the debate, then you're not just you're a hypocrite.
I think what happened is Cy had a disagreement with Matt's boyfriend, who Matt calls his wife. And he wouldn't take a picture with him. So he said, I would debate him again, but because he did that, he disrespected my mate. We can't debate again. So he found his way out. He found his way out there.
So anyhow, I had reasons for not wanting to have a picture with her. And he used that ridiculous reason as a reason never to debate me again.
Although I can't prove this absolutely certainly, is that his motivation, as is the motivation of many others, is to get press. And it's much more lucrative for him to be seen in a picture with me than it is to be seen in a picture.
Wait, so he's saying that Cy wants press? I mean, come on, dude. He's witnessing from a presuppositional position. I mean, it seems like a reach, whatever.
And so he'll set aside the fact that he thinks I'm a liar in order to get a picture with me, but not. And you can do that to me, and you can disrespect me, and you can say all kinds of stuff. It just rolls off my back. But when you do that to my friends who went to all the trouble and patient trouble, and thank you very much for setting all this up, you. I'll never debate you, and I don't plan to speak to you again.
But Matt was wearing one of our lapel mics, and we have a conversation when he's talking to the debate organizer prior to the debate, saying that he would never debate me again.
Ooh, so Cy has evidence that he'd already decided he wasn't going to debate him again. That was prior to Matt's reason, which wasn't the real reason, because he already decided. That's nice. A lot of good moves here by Cy. Wow. Listen to that again. And then.
But when you do that to my friends who went to all the trouble and patient trouble, and thank you very much for setting all this up, you. I'll never debate you, and I don't plan to speak to you again.
But Matt was wearing one of our lapel mics, and we have a conversation when he's talking to the debate organizer prior to the debate, saying that he would never debate me again.
You know what was most interesting to me? His body language with you. Have you noticed it? I don't know if you picked up on it. He's very enamored with you.
Yes.
I mean, this guy, you are his idol. I mean, like...
This is a big deal for him, which is why he signed as soon as I said, you.
I know.
Yeah. When he figures out I'm not a big deal, it won't be a big hurt to him that he's not going to get another debate.
He was looking for a reason to make...
Matt Dillahunty is Cy Ten Briggencade's idol. That's where his fans are thinking, yeah, I don't know what he said, I don't know what happened, but man, he really just idolizes you. So ridiculous. It reminds me of like, I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to get into that. But yeah, that's funny that he had one of his mics on and he forgot. He gave a different reason why he wouldn't debate him after already saying he wouldn't debate him.
make that stick. And he found one. It was a lame reason, but he found one.
Okay, be sure to speak up when you ask your question. Please keep your question short. Don't ramble and give a bunch of opinions. I'll cut you off. I promise I don't mind being rude. And I'm going to stand up here so that we're mostly the same size.
Sai, your arguments seem to revolve mostly around mocking and ad hominiming Matt over.
Give me an example, please.
Let me finish my sentence and then I will.
Adam from here in Tennessee. I actually would like to get both distinguished debaters' response to this.
There's two distinguished debaters.
If the God of the Bible exists, does he owe us questioning fallible human beings something? Anything?
No.
As a Christian, does your doctrine not state to be kind to other human beings?
Who is your favorite fictional superhero?
Yahweh. Yahweh.
This is actually for both of you, but I'd like Matt to answer first. What's the difference between saying something is and saying I know something is?
Like I said during the rebuttal, that to know or knowledge may in fact be an entirely useless label because it is so it's still an open question in philosophy.
It's still open. So he had that footage of Matt going, truth matters. I don't just think this. I don't just believe it. I know this. He had that footage of him saying that. So now he's in a different place, apparently. It's still open.
We're still trying to figure out exactly what knowledge is. And quite frankly, I think we're chasing something that we may not have any reason to chase.
Yeah, I mean, why would we chase after knowledge, Matt? That seems foolish. You call yourself a philosopher. Yeah, who needs knowledge? Let's just toss out epistemology. Yeah.
That maybe belief and rationally justified belief is all we could ever hope for.
I didn't travel so many thousands of miles to go there and to hear what Matt believes. That's why it wasn't a debate. He was giving his faith statement. Well, when Matt says something...
Right, it's a great point by Sai. His whole position is faith. Maximally certain. I don't know. It could be the case. I could be a brain in the vat. I rely on one day to the next, the continued reliability of the results I get. It's all faith. His complete position is faith.
Is the case. What he's really saying is, I know it's the case. But the thing is, he's going to want to say, I believe it's the case. Well, do me a favor, Matt. In the future, instead of saying something is the case, be consistent with your worldview and just say you believe it's the case.
How about I say what I want?
Okay, you can say what you want. But the thing is, the reason that you do that is because when you say something is the case, I say, do you know it? No, I just believe it. But you're saying it as though you know it. And that's the problem.
You just said that when I say something is the case, I'm saying I know it. And I just got done saying that when I say something is the case, I'm not saying I know it.
But the thing is, you ask anybody.
You know more about what's going on in my head than I do.
Well, I'm saying that
is that right?
If you did a survey of somebody says, well, this
so
is
are you calling me a liar?
I'm saying if you're saying that this is the case,
I don't care about a survey. You said what I meant.
Hang on a second.
You said that I meant.
Matt is mad that he's saying I like implying that he knows what's going on, but Matt's already said I don't know anything. So it's just some sort of vicious circularity there, isn't it? Like he's mad, like don't tell me what I know. Oh wait, I don't know anything. Yeah, he's arguing like don't tell me what I know. I already told you I don't know anything.
Something.
That's
Are you
right.
calling me a liar?
Yes.
Okay. I don't just think or believe that there's value in debating. I know there's value in it. Believe that there's value in I don't just think or believe that there's value in debating. I know there's value in it.
Who was that? I think that was Matt.
Okay, that was kind of fun. That was a really good job by Sai. And I hope, if there's any atheists watching that they can see that whether they agree with Sai and the fact that they like Matt Dillahunty, I mean, that's a unique take for the most part and a good job done by Sai, especially using his own footage. You can say, oh, well, he's changed his position over time. That's fine too. Thing is so many other things happened. So many things. He just basically said, I don't know anything. but I'm coming here saying, I think you're wrong, but I don't know. Just over and over again, over and over. And I think that I'll play some music and open the room. So I'm going to be away from the computer for a bit, but the link's there. So if anyone wants to come in, I'll come back periodically to check if someone's in the back room and just open it up for discussion.
I doubt it. You were there when I was here, running to say you came. You did down, don't have to pretend. They want me, cause you don't care, I don't have friends. Yeah, you could tell you something, I can live without you. But I always say that I don't want to, cause I'm really stuck all about you. I deny it, but I really like you. Baby, wanna be you, wanna know why. I'ma be your first, but the last one. I'm not good to be your life, I just wanna know. If I tell you something, be honest, I'm thinking about you. If I tell you something, be honest, I'm thinking about you. Yeah.
I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere.
The space between my body and my mind, where I just observe.
About things way beyond this atmosphere.
It feels like the part of me I've always been searching for.
I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere. Can you imagine floating weightless? Like a satellite in the black sky.
Thank you.